Where's the closed session, the very first thing?
Not the closed session, the public hearing.
I don't know, I got 2.2 closed session land matter.
No, that's just telling you that,
Oh, that's, we got it down, okay. Did anybody else get shared notes?
I couldn't get them when I tried.
Yeah, a couple
Did you add
times.
notes today?
I
or
added
yesterday?
some, but I was trying to click on some of them earlier and it was just blocking me right out of it.
Well, mine I click on just says there'll be an update on Monday, or notes on Monday.
Okay, you ready to live stream us?
Updates came today.
Yeah, you're good.
We're going?
Yeah.
Okay, we want to welcome everyone to town council. We have 2 people in attendance tonight. We appreciate them being here. So this is live stream. Councillor Fromm just arrived, so we're a full quorum. So we'll call this meeting to order. There's an agenda in front of you. Any additions from anybody besides what we have already? I'd like to make one addition, and that's the July 7th council meeting, to cancel that. We talked about that last year. It's a busy week. I know we're not meeting on the 30th. But anyway, I just wanted to bring it up, and we can have a vote on that too. Is that all right? Or discussion on that too? So, we need a motion to accept the agenda with the additions.
I'll move.
Councillor Hagee makes that motion. Any discussion? And all in favor? Okay. First point is the public hearing for the Sugar City Development Corp. business plan. Curtis, you want to talk about this? Welcome, Marty.
We need a motion to go into the public
Okay,
hearing.
Marty.
Yeah. First we need a motion just to open the public hearing.
Okay, you want us, so I go down there. Okay, I thought you wanted to talk first, so. Need a motion to open the public hearing? Councillor Fromm already beat you. All in favor? Okay, comments from administration. Go ahead, Curtis.
So as has been discussed recently and previously with council, the town would like to propose the development of the Sugar City Municipal Development Corporation. And the intent of this corporation is to assist local developers and in their ability to develop successful subdivisions, as well as promote added and enhanced growth opportunities within the town of Raymond. Recently, the Municipal Government Act was amended to make the development of corporations, municipal corporations, a little bit easier to do. And we felt that this was a good time to take this step. And so council passed, I believe, first reading previously. They set the date for the public hearing, which we bumped a week just to meet some timeline requirements till today. And so the development plan, the business plan that's presented here in front of you is exactly the same, with the exception of the amendments that Councillor Foss requested to have certain properties removed from the inventory of lots that the town would transfer title to the development corporation to act as assets and seed funding that they can utilize to spur future development opportunities. And so we feel that this is a tremendous opportunity for the town to promote and support our existing developers who are all in favor of this proposal, as well as to, in essence, develop additional revenue streams that the town can utilize to assist and reduce the demand on our capital grant programs that are sometimes not reliable just as a result of provincial and federal government funding restraints. And so that's really the update from administration. We've gone over this quite extensively over the last year and a half. So if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time. Otherwise, I'm content to stop.
Okay, any questions for Curtis on this? Then I'll move to service.
Curtis?
Go ahead. Councillor Harker, go ahead.
Curtis, I just have one question. There
Sure.
were a few grammatical errors. Did you go over all that, or do you need me to bring those up, or?
I believe so. I mean, we can amend those after the business
That's
plan is
what I wanted.
approved. We
Okay,
can
I
amend
just-
those later.
Didn't know if that document was final, or if there's a few little errors.
No, as long as we're not changing the content, we can amend that afterwards. So if it hasn't been caught
Okay,
yet,
yeah.
we'll do that afterwards.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Councillor Capeters?
Curtis, this is for you. Did we reach out and talk to, again, I know we talked to one developer, were there other members of the construction business or developers potentially that were brought in and discussed, fine with?
Yeah, we had a sit-down meeting with the developers and the local builders, where we discussed this. This would have been a year and a half ago, and to my knowledge, no one had any issues once they understood the intent and what its purpose would be. And we haven't had any opposition and any comment, at least officially, that we're aware of to this date.
Okay, anything else from anybody? So do we move down to 3.21, or have you already talked about that? You want to talk about services provided or for the public?
Let's run roughshod over those points, Curtis.
Yeah, so just for the purposes of the public hearing, we have to go over the services that are provided by the corporation, the shareholders of the corporation, the service area of the corporation, the market impact of the corporation. And so I will just do that here briefly. In the budget, in the business plan that's presented, there's 4 kind of key service areas that the Development Corp will be addressing. They are to, 1, promote the growth and sustainable development within the town of Raymond, to balance and enhance the town's assessment base, to support community development standards and priority, and working cooperatively with economic and community development stakeholders. And so that's going to be the services that are provided. Now within that, there is some latitude depending on opportunities that arise that we may not be considering, just so we don't have to keep coming back all the time for amendments to the business plan, as long as they, the board feels that they are in line with this overall document and the intent of it, they're able to proceed. Now, the shareholders of the corporation is solely the town of Raymond. So we are the shareholder for the corporation. The board is made up of 2 members of council and 1 member from the public. And our member of administration will be appointed as the executive director of that corporation. And so we can very much ensure that council's wishes and vision and intent is still translated down through to the Development Corporation and the projects that they're choosing to promote. The service area will be within the town of Raymond's borders. I believe is there any exception for outside of it?
I don't know. That's all we've written into the business plan for now.
Yeah,
I think.
I believe the business plan just states that it's within the town of Raymond's borders, so it won't be going outside of that unless an opportunity arises, which then would subsequently require an amendment to the business plan. The market impact on the corporation, we spoke at length with Municipal Affairs to try and determine what exactly this meant, and to be honest, they weren't entirely sure either, but they felt that it would be adequate for when we explained that we had met with our existing developers and developers and construction companies, and basically explained the purpose and the intent and how it would be there to assist them and promote their ability to be successful, and that there wasn't any opposition, and they were satisfied that that met the intent of that clause within the approval process. And so we feel that that has been met. And so those are the requirements that we're required to address. Are we required motions?
No.
No. So unless you have any questions on the services, the shareholders, the service area, or the market impact, we could probably close that portion and just move into private citizen comments.
Does anyone have any questions for administration on this?
Which we're not, right?
Okay, we will move on. Private citizen comments. There's 3 here. Do you have any comments, Ann?
Yes, as you're taking lots and you're giving them to the corporation, right? And they're gonna be selling them, is it only gonna be to developers, or can private people, if they see a lot they like, buy it from the corporation?
It'll depend on the specifics. So the corporation will determine projects that they're wanting to undertake, and that may be used as collateral if debt financing is required to spur that on. The council may decide to give some capital grant funding in the initial year of operation to spur that on. But there may be an opportunity where a lot is available where the development corp feels that it is acceptable to be sold to a private individual, but that will be the
Yeah, I
board's
s- I see
specific.
there's some of the lots, like big chunk of the lot is like one block, right? And so that would probably be a developer, but I also see some of the numbers here are individual little lots.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the intent is not necessarily to sell them off, it's to provide collateral for us to be able to use to debt finance if required,
Okay.
bigger developments.
That answer your
And-
question?
Sort of. So a total maybe, if it fits them, they'll sell to a private.
No, sure.
It depends on.
For the right price, they'll sell anything.
So, we received an email today from Joseph Yanni. Could we go to that?
Yep,
Is there any other emails besides his?
Yeah.
nothing official that wanted to be part of the public record.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Did you all receive that email? Have a chance to look at it? There's
I
some
didn't
good
get a chance to
questions
look
in
at
there.
it
yep. Okay, just give me a second here.
I didn't see it as a question though, it was just like on
Yeah.
the statement.
And a lot of it could have been answered by just reviewing the business plan, actually, but
Is that right? Okay.
I
It was
just.
more of a just, this is what you have to do type thing, and I think we're.
Yeah, I found them like suggestions.
Yeah.
more or less.
I
He
got it
he
here.
wanted to know like about transparency, if their meetings are gonna be public, and they should be public, right?
Okay, where is it? This one right here.
Well, it's a private corporation, and so,
So the meetings won't be public.
not necessarily, it's up to the corporation to determine that. I mean, MMAX is an example of a municipal controlled corporation, and I don't think we can just walk into MMAX's board meetings necessarily and see things, so, because it's going to be dependent upon their market realities and the different processes that the business undertakings that they're doing. If they're trying to close deals on land and things like that, there's kind of private
Those are
discussions,
closed.
and that's not necessarily public.
For sure.
Um,
Yeah.
The
For sure,
corporation
close
is a
to-
separate entity from the town, and so, you know, there would be times where I think public could be allowed. There may be portions that would go in closed session, similar to what we do here, and maybe the entire meeting, depending what's on the agenda. I'm not 100% sure. But that's something that we would have to consider going forward, the board would have to consider.
So one question, the total number of shares of stock, is there gonna be stock?
The town of Raymond is the sole shareholder. There will be no other entities that'll be
The one with
acquiring
public shares.
any asset within that.
Go ahead,
I have
Councilor.
one
Parker.
question. At one point in time, Curtis, we talked about how you could partner with other entities. So are you saying that that is not feasible? Like, say a company wanted to come in and partner with you for something in the Sugar City Development Corporation, so we can't do that, or?
No, the corporation totally can do that depending upon the appropriate circumstances. All we're saying is that that would be a separate agreement that the Sugar City Development Corporation would enter into with the other private corporation for a said project. But that other private
Okay.
corporation will not have a controlling interest within the Sugar City Development Corporation. That will be solely controlled by the town of Raymond.
Okay, I was confused. I just thought you were saying that you couldn't partner, but you're saying you can, but it's up to the discretion of the Sugar City Development Corporation to, they're in charge. Partner is just a side partner, right?
They'll
Is
be,
that what you're
the
saying?
Sugar City Development Corporation will be determining which projects they will undertake. And in order for them to undertake projects, they either have to have a willing partner, or there may be a situation where they'll undertake a project on their own, dependent upon circumstances.
Okay, I got it. Thank you very much.
So is the long-term indebtedness incurred by Sugar City Development, is that part of the town of Raymond's debt then?
No, it's not. It's a separate entity controlled with its own debt limits and debt obligations, so it will not impact the town of Raymond at all.
Okay, that's important. Can you scroll up a little bit on that?
Yeah. Keep going.
Yep. The transparency was the kind of interesting. So will those minutes be available on the transparency at all? Of the meetings,
Oh, there it is.
for transparency?
To be honest, I can't answer that question.
You don't
Again, it's a private corporation. I don't think we can, I mean, the board can choose to make their minutes transparent if they'd like, but there would be a lot of redacted information, or at least there would be a lot of abstract statements about a proceeding with the project as presented if it's confidential as far as a business conversation. This is a development corporation whose intent is on creating profit for the corporation, which is to be reinvested back into the town. And so, again, depending upon how the board decides to go down that path, the council will be the one who will be answerable. The members of council on the board will be answerable to council. And if they're doing things that are not in line with the business plan and the objectives set in within that, then they can be removed from the board. But this isn't something like a water commission, which is a regional services commission. This is a private corporation, which is no different than any other corporation in the province of Alberta.
So things will come back to us as a council to approve or to,
Well, not necessarily.
Not
The Development
necessarily.
Corporation has been given latitude to identify and develop projects based on their determination that meet the objectives of the business plan. And the intent of this is to try and remove the political component from these development operations. We've had situations historically where deals are made on development and things change, whether it's fiscal challenges on a party and they're looking to have adjustments made to an existing agreement that council made. And due to the benevolence of people on council, sometimes those deals are relaxed, which is fine, but it creates a political reality versus just a business to business transaction. And sometimes the town of Raymond's interests aren't the one that's best met. It's sometimes in the interest of another party. And so we're just trying to remove that political gray area and keep it more so of a contractual discussion between two parties based upon agreed terms, with set aside or with established norms and standards to proceed going forward.
okay. Any other questions from anybody? Okay, it looks like everything is good. Councillor Capeters?
With this corporation, is there like, what are the checks and balances that will be done with this corporation as far as, we Curtis, you talked about this group will have latitude to do lots of things that they feel is the best interest of development in the town and providing opportunities for developers. But at what point could the development corporation kind of go off and do its own thing that without any control or feedback, I guess, from the citizens or from anybody else?
Well, I mean, in the end, council is the sole shareholder, right? And so whether it's an annual report back to the corporation, from the corporation to the town, or whether it's, quarterly updates that council and the corporation would set aside that would be in camera to make sure that everything is on par. It's no different than having a councillor appointed to the Chief Mountain Regional Solid Waste Commission. It's a separate entity with separate objectives, and they're given direction and authorization to proceed and to act accordingly. We're trying to remove the opportunity for political interests to get involved more so than just the best interest of the town based on a business case. And by going this way, we're able to kind of ensure that. But obviously, there's two members of the three on the board that are members of council. And so if council feels that it is going rogue, they're able to adjust those members at any time and, put new people on either at their organizational meeting every October or earlier if needs be.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Councillor Price, please.
just to further that discussion a little bit, those two councilors on that corporation board are going to be very much aware of and in tune with the town's plans and direction. And I would anticipate that will be a part of the guiding factors that they use in their decisions within that management corporation.
Okay. When we get to this in point 7, that's when we appoint our people from the council? Okay.
Well,
Wait.
they've already been.
They have, so just approving the corporation, municipal control of the corporation, is just to establish it. The members have already been appointed
Okay,
by council motion.
I know who they are, I just wondered if we
Yeah.
had to bring that out. I'm not sure it was
No.
on the committees, their names are on those committees.
Yeah, it was published by motion previously, but it was Councillor Price, Councillor Fromm, and then the member at large is Scott Barton.
Yeah.
And the executive director of the corporation is Greg Robinson. So those are the official members at this point. What we're looking for once the public hearing is closed is just, as was mentioned by our legislative services director, Abe Tinney, is just a motion approving the corporation's development. And then we'll send the paperwork up to the province basically saying we've gone through the steps that are required. We don't need their approval. It's just them doing their due diligence to make sure that we've done ours.
And I just want to remind everybody that the sole purpose for having this is to accomplish the purposes of the municipality.
Correct.
So that's good government, well-being of the environment, provide services, facilities, or other things in the opinion of council are necessary or desirable for all or part of a municipality. Develop and maintain safe and viable communities, work collaboratively with neighboring municipalities to plan, deliver, and fund intermunicipal services. So the reason for having this is exactly the same as having a municipality. And those guidelines we have to stay within. It'll just allow us to do certain things that you couldn't do nimbly as a town.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions from anybody or comments? Okay, so last call for any comments or questions. Then we need a motion to adjourn this public hearing for the Sugar City Development Corporation. Should
I'll
we-
move that we adjourn.
Is that okay for her to do it on there, or does it
Oh,
have to be
I
someone here?
can't sign.
Well, you might be able to,
I
hang
think
on.
they're attending the meeting no different than anything else. I don't think there's any problem with that. I think
Okay,
that was
Councillor Harker will make that motion. Any discussion on her motion then? All in favor? Okay, the public hearing is adjourned. There are no delegations, so now we need to move to point 5, the approval of the minutes. June 2nd, 2020 minutes.
I'll move approval of those.
Councillor Fromm moves the approval of these minutes. Any discussion? Then all in favor? Okay, that's good. The approval of the council committee minutes on June 9th.
I'll make that motion.
Councillor Price makes that motion. Any discussion? And all in favor? Okay. That is unanimous too. Financial report. Any discussion on the financial report?
We hate to see all those refunds, because of COVID. That's kind of a little bit distressing, but that's life.
They all add up.
They do.
Those are just the checks.
It's a lot of money refunded, but it's a lot of services not provided. So
Yeah, true.
disappointing to the people too.
Mayor, the audit committee stands ready to answer any questions that we reviewed this in significant detail after for looking. So anybody does have questions, feel free to ask. We'll try to remember what we said last week when we talked about.
Is this on the operating budget or the checks? Or both?
On any of the areas that you have any questions, don't hesitate to forward the question, because I think we have the ability to answer most anything we have.
Okay,
Mayor,
yeah, Councillor Capiters, go ahead.
for check listing, there's lots of stuff here. I think there's a bunch of stuff with the golf course, golf computer and that type of stuff. What's all that stuff for, Ralph, if you know some information, or Curtis?
Which check numbers, Councillor Capiters?
So, This one would be 2020 at 9:32. Lots of stuff there with the golf course, just wondering what's going on there.
Oak Creek Golf and Turf Incorporated is a supply company that we use to get a bunch of different materials and products that we need at the golf course. And so I'd have to look at the individual invoices to see exactly what they are, but it's, products and supplies that they use to maintain the golf course, briefly.
One of the ones is for a golf computer, that's $3,400. Wondering what that, is it a whole new computer system? Is it programming or that type of stuff?
I'd have to look into detail, but that's probably our program that we use to,
Software.
the software that's used to maintain the tee times and everything like that. But I'd have to confirm that.
Well, if that's what it is, there was a message that came out saying that you couldn't book online. Is that with this new technology, or is it an issue that it's going to be permanently, or is it fixed that you couldn't book online on Friday or Saturday? They came out with that.
I'm not aware of that, so I can't answer that. I'd have to look, but booking online tee times is what we've done last year and have been done this year, so I'm assuming it was a temporary glitch. But I can look into more detail if council requests.
Anyone else have a comment on financials, the financial report? We need a motion to accept the financial report. Councillor Hagee makes that motion. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. So we'll move down to 7.1, items for discussion, the Sugar City Development Corporation approval.
So we're just looking for a motion to establish Sugar City Development Corporation. We've been through the public hearing, and we have a business plan that meets the requirement, and it's up to council to decide if they're happy and comfortable with everything that's been presented and everything that was discussed at the public hearing. And then all that's needed is a motion from council to establish it, and it'll be good to go. We'll notify the minister, and then it's good to go.
Well, I'm interested to see how this is gonna go forward. I think it's a good move, so we go forward, we'll definitely see it's a good move.
I do too. I'm excited about it, but just one quick question. The requested motion is for the town of Raymond to control. Do you want the motion to control or to establish? Preference?
Why don't, you know what, can we put establish and control? Can we
I
do
think
that?
that's good to have them both in there.
Yeah.
That just gives any residents a little more confidence in the establishment. So I'd like to say that it says establish and control for sure.
You can make that motion if you
Can I
want.
make that motion then?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, to add that one word in there.
Yep.
Anyone else, any discussion on this? We have a motion on the floor now. Okay,
That's a good move.
okay, I think we understand it. We've been through this quite a few times over the last year and a half, so, okay, I'll call for the vote then. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. So, COVID update. 7.2 is issue. Curtis, talk about the modified library schedule first.
Yeah, I just asked our librarian if they get us to keep me up to speed with what the library's plans are in light of phase 2 of the relaunch and libraries being included within that. To my knowledge, there was a board meeting that was held with the library board, and they determined that the library would be opening Monday, June 15th. Their hours are as listed there. Depending on the day, will be a difference in service level as they're going forward until we kind of get back to whatever the new normal will be. But the residents of the town and the area should be able to access the library services shortly here. Actually, yesterday. And that's a good news for the community. So.
Okay. Any questions from anyone on that? The library schedule?
Have they taken into consideration, like, I noticed in Lethbridge and other places, a lot of stores are only allowing so many people in.
Lineups to get in.
Yeah, like I was at the mall yesterday and there was lineups at every store to get in, so you can answer that,
We
like,
are cordoning off so people can't get into the stacks. And everything that's touchable has been removed. 2 people at a time into the library to talk to the librarians.
Okay.
You can put holds on online and then come and pick them up, either through the thing. And if you don't know or you're not comfortable with that, you can be one of those that come in and then you say, I'd like to read some mysteries. And the librarians will then go pull from the shelves,
okay,
okay? And then there's waiting spaces marked off in the rotunda for if there's more than 2 people.
okay. So we're not gonna have a flood of people going in there touching all the books and,
No, we're not,
okay,
we decided not to have any touching,
Yeah.
and that's why they also close at 5, but are still there till 6, so that that public area can be washed down,
Okay.
scrubbed down every day.
okay, thank you,
And the
Is that-
little room with the computer,
yeah,
that's off to the side, will be available for grown-ups. So no game playing, but for grown-ups who need to go in government or resumes or
do some research or
whatever.
something.
And then as they come in, they will watch that computer be wiped down before they access it.
Good.
Okay,
And
good,
all the books that come in has to go on a 72-hour hold, which is also why we don't want people picking from the shelves, because anything they touch, oh, I don't want that, would have to go in a 72-hour quarantine. So,
good, sounds like you did all the precautions.
yeah, there was guidelines that had to be adhered to, and we decided not to go hog wild.
So not to go rogue, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Good, thank you.
Looks like you've thought it through well, so that's great.
Mayor,
Counselor Foss.
since we're speaking COVID updates, on a related note, the museum had a board meeting this week, and at this point, the intention is to open by appointment only through the summer. They're just kind of working through the logistics of that. They did not get funding for a summer employee through the Canadian granting program, but so it'll likely just be appointment only, and a whole bunch of other restrictions as are outlined.
Who would they contact on that?
That's my next question.
Working out the logistics of that. I think it'll likely be email, phone, or Facebook message, any of those channels.
So that'll be advertised by probably next week?
The aim is for early July, so
Yeah.
it depends on, since we're all volunteer run at the museum, it depends on how quickly we can get our ducks in a row. Because there are, like anywhere, quite strict requirements, and we've got to work out exactly what that looks like, even on an appointment only basis.
Okay, good, thank you. We'll leave that in your hands.
Counselor Foss, are you guys going to designate one person for a contact? Or can they contact anybody that's on the board?
I think the plan at this point is that we will actually schedule out times where there'll be one point of contact.
Okay.
And we'll just kind of all know who is scheduled for which times to accommodate appointments.
Okay. Go ahead on the next one. Are these just for us to read, the municipal government?
The next 2 are just for your information. The province has been fairly diligent at setting out these updates on impacts on legislation to municipalities and how we can and should react accordingly to still allow us to function, but to still ensure that democratic processes are still followed. Unless there's questions on municipal government facts June 12th or the COVID update from Minister Madhu, I'll just skip over that and go to the next attachment that was added today.
Rodeo.
So Chinook Rodeo, I'm interested in this one.
Oh, that's
Yes.
not the right attachment.
No, they didn't look
I
at it.
apologize. So, we received a request. Let me just pull that up. Just give me 1 second. Technical difficulties here.
Is it from Chinook Rodeo or is it from our own Raymond Stampede?
Chinook Rodeo. Of course, I can't find the email. So give me 1 second.
I guess you're gonna report on Heritage Days too, Councilor Fong? Okay.
We received an email today on behalf of the Chinook Rodeo Association, and I'll just read it. It says, "Good evening, Mr. Curtis Pratt. I'm contacting you on behalf of Chinook Rodeo Association after our conversation with Mike Smith and Robert Hagee of the Raymond Stampede Board. We have approached the Raymond Stampede Board asking if we could use the Raymond Equestrian Arena to host an event on July 1st. Our rodeo association, along with other associations in Alberta, have been working closely with our MLAs, Alberta Health, and today Alberta Health issued a COVID-19 guidance for rodeos. We would take all responsibility in all the following guidelines and feel it'd be a great way to show our Western heritage in Alberta and tradition in the town of Raymond, home of Canada's oldest stampede. If you have any questions or concerns, please contact Mike Smith at his phone number. We look forward to your response." And so I received a phone call yesterday from Mike Smith, just requesting to know if the town would be open to this opportunity that the Chinook Rodeo Association would like to host. It's not a full-blown stampede, it's more of a timed event type of a rodeo, from my understanding, and forgive me, I'm not a rodeo connoisseur, so I may be saying this wrong. So, but to my knowledge, the Raven Stampede Board is supportive of this, and this is a request, and I'm only bringing it to you because we're just looking for permission to utilize a town facility from a private group that would be taking on all the liability, but it is renting a town facility. And so I just wanted to bring this to you, so A, you're aware, and B, here if you had any concerns. If there are none, then we would be issuing them permission to utilize that facility, and we'd be working out the terms with them. But if there were concerns, we wanted to hear them first.
Does Councillor Fromm, from your Heritage meeting, are you aware of any of this?
No, wasn't talked about.
I guess it's a great idea. It's the longest going stampede in Canada. Calgary's not gonna have theirs. It'd be nice to have something going on July 1st. The restrictions are 100 people gathering, so they could have 100 people spectators on one side, and then 100 contestants. Is that what they're thinking, or don't you know?
Mayor,
Councillor Peters, go ahead.
Mike Smith called me a few days ago, and I passed his name. I told him to call Curtis about it. So what he told me was that right now the restrictions are unlimited for those that are participating. So they could have 300 participants. And he told me that if a parent drives a child or someone under the age of 60 to the rodeo with their truck or whatever, they're also considered to be a participant. So they don't follow that, they are not hit under that restriction of how many people could be there. So essentially it would be 100 spectators, which would really be there just to watch. The events they looked at would be calf roping, team roping, and probably barrel racing right now, would just be about those 3 events. And he told me that they would have people at the gate. They're not charging for this event, and they would have to close their gates when they get to that 100. That number of 100 people just are coming in as spectators. So I told him the only challenge with this is that if people start hearing we got a rodeo going on, they might have more than 100. And he said that they would just take it over. They'd be taking care of the security and the checking to make sure they're not over that 100 limit.
Yeah, I support that, as long as they do that. But I'm not sure about the other side. They could have more than 300, or I'm not sure about that one at all.
I have a question about that.
Go ahead.
This group of 100, I mean, it's also very confusing. So how far apart do the groups of 100 have to be? Couldn't you have 100 on the east side and 100 on the west side?
For sure.
With a big space in between them? I mean, could that not be, could we not accommodate them in that fashion?
I can see that too,
Does that
Joe.
not make sense?
I can see that too. You have 100 spectators that, you don't have to social distance as families, but if you need to social distance, if you don't know the other person, they're not family, not just not knowing it, but for the not family in the grandstand, but it's the other side, the spectators, I mean, not the spectators, the contestants.
So Councillor Harker, I think we would just be, from a town's perspective, agreeing to lease the facility
Yeah.
to the participants. I don't know the specifics, but based on everything I've read, even though what you say may sound logical, it's still the same event. And because it's the same event, you're still required to that 100-person maximum from what we understand. And so because it's trying to control the number of people at a venue, that's why there's restrictions on, they haven't opened up, NHL sports arenas and things like that, but they could fit people all throughout a facility. It's still an event. And so I don't believe that is permitted, but in reality, that's not our concern. If we do allow this to happen, that would be up to them to manage and determine with the province.
Yeah, I get it. It would be way too logical for the Alberta government. I understand.
So Councillor Foss,
I was just gonna say, Curtis sort of already said it, but my feeling is that if they can comply with the requirements, then I think it's a wonderful idea.
yep.
But it's kind of on them, I think, to ensure they can comply.
So I think you need to look into it, administration, about what Councillor Capeters was saying. But if that's true and they can comply, then I'm in favor of it.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Then we can say that we've had our rodeo consecutively. We won't even miss a year like Calgary, so hey, it's all good.
Councillor Price,
I guess my only concern is we're not responsible, obviously, to do any advertising, and I'm not of the nature that we should do advertising for this, because I'm suspecting that quantity of 100 people would probably be more than met by the participants and their families. If we have families from town that wander over there, they're just gonna have to deal with being turned away, I would think, but, I don't know how it will look that we didn't promote it, but yet I don't see a benefit or any way that we should promote it. So just food for thought there. I don't know if anybody has some thoughts there too.
anybody?
Mayor.
Councillor Capeters,
Yeah, so I talked to Mike, he said this is just a Chinook Rodeo Association event, so it doesn't matter if it's a Raymond or if it's at Lundbrook or wherever it is. They're not expecting us to advertise, and they're definitely trying to make sure that the town of Raymond is not involved. It's just, we're gonna provide the facility, and they're gonna handle the rest. So it's all up to them, it's nothing to do with us.
So basically, they're just renting the facility, just like if you're renting the Red Barn or the ice arena or whatever, they're just renting the facility. And they're taking all liability.
Yeah, because they're not charging at the gate, then there's less pressure on us to have to promote something because this is all theirs. It's just a freebie for them to have their event.
How much do we charge to rent the facility? Have we rented it before? Is that we have a price tag on that, Curtis?
There isn't a price set for that. It's kind of just been discussed based on what was going on in the use.
wouldn't that just be a heritage freebie? We'd throw that in?
Charge them $1
July
because they
1st?
haven't asked for a contribution, we contribute to the rodeo in a major way, and they did not ask for a contribution in that request, did they?
No, they did not.
Just
Do you not need to do $1 to have it a legal agreement?
If you wanna absolve yourself of any responsibility, you should charge them $1, I think.
Yeah.
Okay,
Probably for our insurance, we probably have to charge them for liability.
what do you know about that, Curtis?
I mean, we entered into agreements for different groups hosting. We'll just follow our current practices. I think administration is on the same lines as what council's referring to or inferring here, so I think we'll be okay.
Good, okay. Do you need a motion on that?
I think that it would be appropriate just to have a motion authorizing administration to enter into an agreement with the Chinook Riding Association to utilize the facility for the requested date.
Okay.
Can I make that motion?
Councillor Fromm makes that
No,
motion?
go ahead.
No, you go ahead, you first.
Okay, wait a minute, I'm not sure who's making that motion.
Ken is.
Okay,
Council-
okay, I'll make the motion. I'll make
Councillor
the
Hagy's
motion.
making that
Yeah.
motion?
I think it's a good one.
Yeah.
So any other discussion on this? All in favor? Well, that was quick on those thumbs. Okay, development permit.
Don't pull those ones up.
So when I checked these before, nothing came up, but now they're full of stuff.
Yeah, we weren't able to get everything finalized yesterday.
It's locked.
Yeah, don't pull that up. So, we had a development permit that was issued at a municipal planning commission recently to, put in a commercial establishment on Highway 52 on the corner of 300 West and Highway 52. One of the conditions of that development permit was that the applicant was required to pave, curb, and gutter the laneway from Highway 52 to their northernmost property line. The developer is requesting permission, and if council is okay with this, we would be referring the development permit back to the municipal planning commission for an amendment to that permit condition. But what they're requesting is permission to do the pavement, curb, and gutter work that's required to allow use of the access to their commercial property from the laneway. But instead of spending the rest of that money to develop the laneway to its northernmost property line, which in all reality would probably be very not get a lot of use, they're requesting to have that money be put towards the improvement of the actual 300 West Street from Highway 52 to their northernmost property line. The one the one point that they did bring up is when we sold them the lot, it was at fair market value. After the lot was sold, the town took 15 feet approximately of that lot to protect it for the expansion of a future road, should it go up through the laneway. And so the request is that the 15 feet along the width of its property equates to about a $9,020 assessed value difference. And they're requesting that the town potentially use that $9,000 to help with the finalizing the development of the pavement, curb, and gutter sidewalk along 300 West. So administratively, we don't have any concerns with this because we do feel that 300 West is going to get a lot more use than the northern portion of the laneway. It would benefit the residents as well as the people who are attending the commercial establishment. We had the sewer line cameraed and scoped today. It is in perfectly good working order and does not need replacement. The water line we would replace, and we're actually proposing that council, instead of using the Northwest infrastructure money that was set aside to put in a water line and a vacant closed road allowance along 300 West between 400 and 500 North, which is basically in the middle of a field, is what it would look like, that we utilize that funding to improve the water line that would be replaced to a point, and then assist with the pavement, curb, and gutter of 300 West. And any remaining money left over that would be after the developer contributes their portion, and then we would top up to finish that, we would use just to do local improvements to the infrastructure within that area.
So there's a lot to think about on this. So exactly what are they doing on 300 West? How far would they go with that improvement?
Just to its northern property line.
So you're just talking about paving it just into the,
Yeah, council's policy with pavement thus far is that property owners, if you live on a gravel street, that first time that it's paved is done on local improvement, which is then assessed to the individual property owners either upfront or over a period of 10 years. The developer in question actually owns properties on both sides of the parcel, and so there is no conflict there of a local improvement maybe not happening. Because they're in favor of it, and we would just be utilizing the funding that we have to make sure that the underground infrastructure is sufficient and that won't need replacement a few years after the pavement's done. And so it's basically a way for us to promote further paving within town on a road that'll be far better utilized than a laneway for both the residents and the commercial patrons attending that commercial establishment.
I agree with that, but how does the cost of the pavement and curb and gutter on the laneway compare with the $9,000 worth of land that we took back?
I don't have pricing, but it's going to be substantially more than that to do that entire laneway. So they will still do the portion that they need to access their property, and then the remainder of that will go towards the roadway. we would assist with the underground infrastructure and just making sure that that project could be completed to that point. It's still improving infrastructure in the northwest. Administratively, we think the intent is still being met, whether it's underground water, sewer, or storm. And so we feel that it's appropriate, but we're still, obviously, it would be a deviation from what council had initially discussed in their capital plan, and we're wanting to bring it to you.
So in the future, to do that road, is that gonna hinder it or help it?
It would just reduce the stretch that we would have to do, and the remaining patrons would still have the ability to either approve or deny a local improvement project or process if the proposal was put through. The reason we've started at the north and working our way south is because we want to make sure that the infrastructure is developed as it has capacity, but this is such a small stretch at the very southern end of it that it's not going to make a material difference to the development of the overall plan.
So I guess my big question is why can't we do the whole block?
We just can't do it for $52,000, which is
No.
what's been set aside, and that would be a deviation from council's policy that gravel roads are funded by local improvement, which is based upon the property owners that live adjacent to that street.
So that's what I'm asking, those people on that street, if they were approached for local improvement to have it done, could it be done then? 'Cause I understood they didn't have the proper infrastructure underneath. But if they do, why hasn't that road been done? Why haven't we approached?
Well, the
it?
sewer line's sufficient, the water line isn't, it would be expanded. But still, even if we were to do a local improvement, we don't have the $200,000 or whatever it would be set aside to fund it up front that we would then collect the infrastructure. Council would have to set that aside as an initial project.
Mayor, the question.
Councillor Foss, please.
The water line you're talking about in that road, would it just be the stretch underneath the pavement, or is that the whole stretch of the road that needs to be replaced?
No, it's, we'd have to actually get it marked, but we believe it skirts the edge of the curb in the boulevard. So it would just be along that portion, and so we'd like to do that before the curb and the asphalt and everything goes in. Did that answer your question, Councilor Foss?
Sorry, yes, thank you.
So we're still hoping for a bump from the provincial government on the MSI funding. And I was gonna bring that up, that maybe we should be using that to do this street. But we haven't received that from the government, we don't know how much we're getting. I know you had other streets in mind, but I think this street would be a good one to be doing.
So I
especially if
have,
they're
I have
doing
a
some of it.
question, Curtis.
Yep.
So, the business owner, will, with the trade, be providing some of the money
Correct.
for that paving.
Yes.
So why couldn't we, with that in mind, approach the rest of the residents saying, you know, you're gonna be able to pave your road at a reduced rate because of what's happening? And maybe they'll want to, I don't know, I mean,
It's not really reduced rate, but it's
well, because part of it is gonna be done, right? Part of it's gonna get done.
So I believe Councilor
Well, in the
Harker,
business.
it won't be a material difference whether it's done this year or next year. The developer would have still been responsible for their portion of frontage.
yeah.
And
Okay,
the cost
okay.
to do so, again, is just beyond what we have set aside at this moment. And so even if we did approach everybody, and they were in favor, council would have to find, again, I'd have to get it priced out, but you're looking between around $200,000 to replace the rest of that water line, put in the curb and the gutter base, and then pave the rest of that road. And we just don't have that set aside.
You don't get that back for 10 years. You know, it takes 10 years to get it back from.
Depending on if they want to pay it up front or space it out. So
Yeah.
get a portion of that, but yes, it would be a deferred return.
If they'll pay it up front, then we could do it, right?
Yeah.
But
So.
that's a lot of money to pay up front.
Well, not even necessarily, because the town takes on the basing, all the base work for the road. The property owners only pay for the curb and the asphalt, the curb gutter and the asphalt, their portion, based on their frontage. And so there's still a direct cost to the town that the property owners do not pay.
Which we have not budgeted for.
No.
Correct.
Correct, but if there's gonna be an MSI bump, but we don't know how much it's gonna be. But
Yeah,
something we could think about when we get that, if we get that.
yeah, correct. There's other roads that have been identified ahead of this one, but council can obviously adjust their plan however they choose.
Okay.
It would be nice to get that road done, because I mean, traffic's gonna be coming into that property, and it's gonna be coming from the north too, and, you know, mud is not something you want to drag
So
in.
one of the homeowners on that street sent a letter to Richard and to me, I think Curtis got it too. And yeah, we need to be working in that area of town.
Yeah.
He was right. I think he said it's been, I can't remember, it's 22 years or 35 years he's lived there, and he still had gravel and no sidewalks. And we are working there slowly from the north end, like Curtis said, but if we could work from that south end, that's why I was gonna bring it up if we get that bump, but now I'm pushed to bring it up sooner, so,
The day's coming.
yeah. But that's my thoughts in the future, but, so what do you think about this now? I still think we should be talking to all the people on that street too, but just, or when's he planning on this to happen? Like, is this something that'll happen in the next few weeks or next month, or maybe we'll,
Construction is gonna be beginning this season, so I don't
This
have a
season.
set date or time, but it's gonna be this construction season that, this work is intended to be completed by.
so we could have that MSI bump by then if that's been promised to us, if it happens?
Yeah, I mean, the province has given all indications that, and the federal government also has given all indications that there'll be additional stimulus money for this construction season, but we're getting further and further into the construction season, and so we're not really sure
When it's gonna
how effectual it will be this year, or if it's gonna be carried into next year, but the talk is good at least.
Yeah, for sure. I believe. Okay. Any other questions from anybody? Okay, I guess you need a motion on this.
Yeah, we'd be looking for a motion just directing administration to work with the developer to ensure that 300 West and the portion required in the laneways paved, and to bring it back to the Municipal Planning Commission for an amendment to their permit.
Mayor,
Councillor Capeters?
before that, I remember before, we had some discussion about, continuing the sidewalk
Correct.
along 300 West. Is that still in the plans, Curtis?
Yeah, along the border of the property to the northern property line to attach to the existing sidewalk along Highway 52, yes, that will be added. That will be included as part of this project.
Okay, I'll make that motion, Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, you all see the picture there that's included in the package there. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Everybody understand it then? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Okay, that was unanimous. 7.4, the Scott Barton Municipal Excellence Award. Go ahead, Curtis.
Just as been discussed previously during council, at the end of 2018, the previous CAO, Scott Barton, retired after 29 years of somewhat biased, distinguished service to the town of Raymond. And council felt that an appropriate gesture to recognize that contribution would be to establish an excellence award scholarship that would be available to Raymond High School graduates in recognition of Scott's legacy of almost 30 years here at the town. And so the attached briefing is just the proposed scholarship guidelines for the eligible applicants. We've spoken with the high school, and they're very excited about this, and they've given their input so that it would neatly fit into their existing practices for awards. And we're just basically looking for a formal motion approving this, and it will be available for the 2021 school year.
Okay. I'm sure you all understand what this is about. We need a motion from somebody.
I'll move that we approve this award as outlined in this directive for the Scott Barton Excellence Award.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Any more discussion?
Mayor?
Councillor Price?
Yeah, just a question, the payment for the scholarships are ongoing from 2021. ad infinitum into the future? Or are there any guidelines in that respect, or is it just an ongoing item that will be on our budget from here forward?
As it's currently stated, there is no end date, but that doesn't preclude a council from making that determination now, at a future point.
But it is funded out of our budget, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And I guess just one other thing, just to make sure that council caught this, one of the requirements of the eligible applicants is to make sure that they've attended at least 3 council meetings or council committee meetings, public hearings, or election forums prior, and that a current member of municipal council confirm with a letter their attendance prior to the submission deadline. So there may be individuals in attendance at meetings, and you may be approached, and we'll just be developing kind of a form letter that basically says so-and-so attended the requisite number of meetings, and you would have to sign off on that. So just so you're aware.
Okay. Councilor Peters.
Curtis, is the administration and the academic council with RHS, are they made aware of this, and are they in the ability this year to promote this, or is this going to be set up for next year?
I believe it's being set up for next year. Applicants from the previous, I believe, 3 years are able to apply. So it's really open to anybody that's still around. The high school is very much aware. A member of the high school teacher or administration will be on the selection committee along with Scott Barton and a member of administration. And so, and then at the actual awards ceremony in December, the mayor or a member of council will actually attend the meeting to hand out the scholarships.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Good. Okay, 7.5, the proposed AUMA motion police funding.
So this is a motion that we're hoping to bring forward at the AUMA regarding police funding. I just have to get the right attachment here. And here's the motion. If council's in favor of this, we'll submit this to AUMA. And basically it's to recognize the role, in light of the police funding model, it's to recognize the role that peace officers play in communities, in policing and in assisting policing officers, and that there be some kind of study into a subsidy for those peace officers in light of the new police funding model. So Ross prepared this for us, and we're bringing this to you to see your thoughts, and if you, I think this might have been a request from council, actually.
We've talked about it before, and
Okay.
I support this 150%.
Spelling error of whereas of
This-
second, fifth.
Okay.
This is something that's,
We'll clean
that
that
the
up.
rest of the province, I'm sure, will be on our side with this. Almost every community has peace officers,
Just a B.
so I don't know why they wouldn't support it. Even the cities have peace officers, so I think it's a great motion,
And
a resolution.
So just a point of clarification, the cities aren't part of this, so it's gonna be just any community under 5,000, a municipal district or county.
That can
that-
vote on this?
Well, anybody can vote on it, but anyone outside of that population threshold isn't affected by this new police funding model at all.
No.
So the only communities that really will benefit from it are those that are under 5,000 towns or villages, and counties or districts, or improvement districts, I suppose, that have CPO programs. And I think the intent for us was, when we first went down the path of community peace officers, the council and administration of the time approached the RCMP, and the sentiment that we received back was we could fund an additional RCMP officer to work out of the detachment, but there were some systemic problems that the RCMP had filling their existing complements, never mind adding new positions. and the RCMP aren't overly, their priority isn't to enforce municipal bylaws and things that typically come before council. They're focused more so on criminal matters. And so when the province came up with the new enhanced police funding, they gave credit to those communities that went down the path of paying for an enhanced RCMP officer. And we were kind of directed away from that. And our intent is that, as has been addressed in the brief, they provide significant support to the existing RCMP by providing that direct support to council and the community on non-criminal matters, bylaw enforcement, and things that the RCMP doesn't do. Plus, they also provide traffic assistance, and they do assist the RCMP as needed. And in a rural area where you have, limited numbers on call, they do provide a backup supporting role to each other when there are potentially difficult or dangerous situations. And so we feel that there should be credit on that, especially in light of the fact that our requisition will increase by another $200,000 approximately in the next 3 years. And from all indications, we're being told that there will be zero net benefit to us here in our station. By no means is this meant as criticism of our existing staff and sergeant and the RCMP who are based out here. They do a tremendous job. This is a systemic problem with the formula that we're just trying to address, and to try and make sure that Raymond residents get the benefit for what they're paying, or that it's addressed and changed accordingly.
So question, why did you leave it at under 5,000 population? Because like Tabor has peace officers, a lot of places have peace officers. I'm sure they're all thinking the same thing.
That's the provincial regulation. This is for enhanced police support in communities under 5,000. If you're over 5,000, you're in a completely separate funding model where you're paying up to 90% of your policing, and that would be a separate thing. So that communities above 5,000 aren't impacted by this at all, and that was set out by the province. That isn't a number that we chose. That was a number that they established.
Okay, good answer. Any questions from anybody? We need a motion on this one.
Yeah, we'd like a motion approving this along with the other motion that was approved. Actually,
It's not on here.
we're going to be pulling that. The other motion was to have policing authorities on highway or primary and secondary highways, and the province has recently changed that legislation, and so it's not required. So this will be the only motion that we'll be submitting to AUMA whenever we are able to meet, and it needs to be in by the end of this month.
Okay,
I'll move.
Councillor Hagee makes that motion. Any other discussion from anybody? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
2 hands up.
Okay, 7.6, 2020 pool season discussion.
So I apologize for the lateness of this edition. There are some things that came up and some information we were trying to confirm before we put this public, as 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago when we had the initial, last week when we had the initial meeting on discussion, and the very next day the province changed the guidelines on what was allowed at the pool. So we just wanted to make sure that everything was as current as we could possibly have. But there has been requests from council and members of the public as to whether or not council will change their previous decision that was made on May 5th, 2020 to close the pool during the 2020 season due to COVID restrictions. On May 19th, council passed a motion for the third reading of our tax rate bylaw and established our operating budget, which effectively were included within it the typical revenue expenditures that we would anticipate from a normal pool year, to allow for this eventuality if it were to happen. And so this is providing a lot of background, and there's a lot of data text here, and I'll probably just read it or go over it very directly just so that, because I'm sure most of council hasn't had a time to really review it in detail. There's no requirement to make this decision tonight, but the further we delay, the further the potential opening will be should you choose to do it. So just for information, as of 3 p.m. today, we've confirmed that the town of McGrath and the village of Sterling are keeping their pools closed in 2020. The town of Cardston did make a emergency council meeting today where they made the determination to open their pool on July 2nd, but what level of programming, schedule, and hours is still to be determined. The city of Lethbridge is focusing on opening Stan Seawick first and the YMCA indoor pools. If they get to Henderson, great. If not, they're not too worried about it. And Fritzick, Westminster, and any other pool within the city, they're not even considering opening this year. So that's just to give some regional context. And not to put it too bluntly, but it really comes down to kind of two trains of thought. How much money do you want to lose at the pool in 2020? We lose money at the pool every year, so that's not meant as a negative comment. But if you want to lose the minimum amount of money at the pool in 2020, which could help absorb the loss of penalty revenues, which is approximately $100,000 that was deferred as part of Council's COVID support program for municipal residents, keeping the pool closed in 2020 is the best option. If the pool is to remain closed, it would give us an opportunity to carry out some significant deferred maintenance projects that this year, along with what the Village of Sterling is doing, to share costs of bringing a contractor in to do more extensive repairs to our pool liner instead of just the patches that we do in between seasons. We'd be able to share that cost, bringing them out. And if we were to do that, I know council is still cognizant and wanting to have opportunities for the public. We could coordinate some events at VSP sports fields with the sprinklers and different apparatuses there to have some kind of opportunities for recreation, although it's not as ideal as actually having the pool. But we can look at trying to find some creative ways to provide something. However, if council says no, we prefer to open the pool despite the financial constraints that COVID's placed upon the town, which would be a delayed opening, reduced capacity, and then along with those potential penalty deferrals, then the following needs to be considered. And so this is the conditions that administration is recommending and feels strongly we would be willing to work with. If there's a lot of deviation from this, obviously it's your direction, but it will cause substantial challenges beyond what this is already going to cause. And so by no means is this a directive to council, but it's as strongly worded recommendations as we can make, still recognizing that you guys are the ultimate decision makers. So the earliest possible start date for the pool will be July 15th. We'd anticipate closure of Labor Day. Unless the weather's good, you could extend a little bit further into September, which would to be determined later. To be compliant with the guidance documents, capacity at the pool is 100 attendees and spectators. Our normal capacity is 500, and throughout a busy day, we could have between 600 and 700 people through the pool. So at best, we'd be between 50 and 70% of our normal volume. So the total potential revenue to be generated is substantially less. If we were to do this and to accommodate the increased demand that there would be due to other pool closures and just people's general restlessness after what we've experienced and the limited availability of facilities and within our pool, we're recommending that the following schedule would be implemented. That would basically allow 6 hours of public swim a day and 3 hours of rental. It's substantially different than our normal operations, and so this is where I've given a lot more detail in here that is typically operational in nature that would not come to council. But if we are going to go down this road, we want council to be fully aware of the potential complications and be supportive so that when there are complaints, that you're fully aware and able to support the decision and that we're not having to backpedal and change direction midway, because that would just cause more complications. So from 10 to 11:30 in the morning, there'd be an hour and a half for private rentals. There'd be a half hour in between from 11:30 to 12 where the staff would go through, clean and disinfect the facility. From 12 to 2, there'd be a 2-hour window for public swim, which would then be closed again at 2 to 2:30 for staff cleaning and disinfecting. A public swim window again from 2:30 to 4:30. Again, a half an hour for cleaning and disinfecting. An open swim portion from 5 to 7 with that half hour cleaning, and then another hour and a half rental from 7:30 to 9. All users would be required to pre-register online for their time and spot, and they would be required to pay ahead of time. And the reason we're wanting to do this is to ensure that those who actually want to attend the pool, and that the town generates as much possible revenue to reduce the total amount of that taxpayer-supported deficit as possible. If for some reason people can't use a credit card online, they are able to come in and book in person at the pool, but it will not be for that date. It would be for a future date. This would reduce the need for us to have an additional employee on at all times to get everyone's information, provided that an incident were to occur and someone were to test positive and they had to go back and contact trace everywhere and everyone they had contact with. They'd all be registered in the system, and it would be very easy for us to find that information. Users would only have access to the pool during their prescribed time. So if they book between 12 and 2, that's the only time they have. It's just like Get Air. You show up, and once your time's over, you go. If you show up late, you don't get a refund, and that's your time. You have to leave at that end of that session so that staff can clean, and then the next group can come in. On days when the pool cannot...
Let me stop you. Is that the same on the public swim? Those 100 people are in there, and when 4:30's up, they have to leave?
Everybody has to leave.
And then you got a new 100 people coming in?
Or the group if they've booked again.
Okay,
But they'll have to wait outside the facility while staff carries out the cleaning and the disinfecting.
very, very interesting way to do it.
Gong show.
Before you go any further, that 100 people, that also includes the staff, does it not?
I don't believe
All
so. I
the
believe it says
lifeguards?
attendees.
Okay. I just remember Kyle last week mentioned that probably include the lifeguards and everybody too.
I believe it's just the attendees, but we'd have to still
So that'd
confirm.
put you down to like 85 instead of 100.
No, we won't have quite that many on staff, so I think it'll still be closer. Because we're only having, we'd be requiring people to pre-register, and you're only maximum of 100 participants, then the need for the same number of lifeguards has been reduced, and so we'd be able to reduce those staffing requirements.
Okay.
On days when the pool cannot open due to inclement weather or if there's a contamination event, we'd be issuing credits for them to use at a later date. We would not be issuing refunds that day or thereafter. If by the end of the season they have not been able to use that credit, then we would then refund it all at once at the end and not intermittently throughout the season. Change rooms are permanently closed. Participants would need to come changed in their suits and leave in their wet suits. 3 washrooms would be available in the main building that are currently the family change rooms, down that main hallway from the check-in desk, but they wouldn't be allowed to change within it. When the time is up and they're going to exit the building, they would exit on the west entrance.
East.
Grass?
Sorry, all users will enter the facility, in the west entrance, socially distanced along the sidewalk adjacent to Centennial Park, and then west along 100 North, depending on how busy it is. When the session's over, they'd all exit from the east. There's a fence, the gate and the fence on the east side of the facility, and that's where they'd exit, over by the tennis courts and the arena. And no children under 12 would be permitted to attend the pool without an accompanying adult. Previous years, we've had it as under 8, but this year, in light of everything, the pool isn't meant to be daycare or a babysitting service this year. It's just there's too many constraints and there's going to be an increased demand, and we need to make sure that parents are there with their children so that they can help monitor compliance to the timelines and things of that nature.
So the public bathrooms aren't available, just the private ones are? Or
There's 3 bathrooms in the middle of the hallway that would be available to the 100 people at the pool at the time, but the change rooms would be closed.
Oh, you've got to clean it.
Holy cow, okay.
So it's the family change room, there's 3 family change rooms that'll have bathrooms in them.
They do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And those 3 will be open, but the big change rooms will be completely closed.
Yeah, I understand that.
So
That's not much for bathrooms anyway, go ahead, keep going.
it's as many as you have in some, almost as many as you have in some local chapels. So it's, if people aren't all going to have to use it at once, and if they do, there's a bit of spacing that can
When
happen.
you're
So
swimming, you have to go to the bathroom, water makes that happen.
potentially, but these are if we allow people in the change rooms, there's going to be a lot more cleaning. There's going to be a lot more staff involved to maintain and to monitor, to make sure that they're not changing in there. Everything they touch, technically, we'd have to be wiping down. Similar to what they were expressing at the library, it's just not feasible.
Wow.
The cost, we're recommending that there's no seasons passes being offered this year, just because it's not a typical year. Drop in admissions, the current rates are listed there. One consideration is that you may want to add a local, non-local rate, because we would be very popular, and if you're wanting to ensure that Raymond residents have a reduced rate versus those from out of town, you could consider that. And since everyone's pre-registering, it would be a bit easier to initiate than in previous years. The one thing we would recommend though is a change to our existing rental rate of $160 a session for those 2 private rentals to $200 for that hour and a half. If you divide 160 by 100 people, which could be 20 families, we're losing more money on our time than during our open swim times. And so we're just trying to equalize that a little bit, even though we still will be losing some money there. And the last thing is kind of mentioned is just similar with the golf course. When council made the decision to close the course, there was some frustrations, but the main concern was that we would not be able to provide those who were spending their money to attend the golf course a good guest experience. If they're having to golf around construction, they would have been frustrated through that process. And so council made the decision to close the close the golf course at that time, and it worked out very well, we feel. Administratively, if you do decide to open the pool, we're definitely supportive of that. We do think though that these suggestions should be considered seriously. And it's to ensure that the participants can have as good of a guest experience as possible. There will be people who don't hear they have to pre-register, or who arrive late, don't show and want refunds and not credits. Like, that's just an inevitability. And we don't have any idea what the bottom line will be on our operations in 2020, because we won't know what the weather is, the demand, how much, if it's families or drop-ins versus for our revenue. But there will be a substantial loss at some point. And so what we're trying to say is that if council decides to go down this road, that's totally supportive. But when those complaints come, that they remember the decision that was made, and it's not a complaint that comes back to council, and that we're trying to change direction in only a 6-week season. That would just cause more confusion, and it's kind of undermining in a way of the decision you're making, just due to a bit of controversy. And so we're just looking for some resolve if you do want to go this way, because there will be opposition and frustration that will arise even if things go as well as they possibly could. So I know that's a lot of information. Administratively, our recommendation is we close the pool this year, we don't open it. We do substantial maintenance on it that will prolong the longevity of the liner that we may not be able to get to. We lose a little bit now and benefit a lot later. However, that's not necessarily the decision council may want. And if you do decide to open the pool, these are the recommendations that we would strongly suggest.
So last week, you gave Kyle the instruction to work on that liner, try to get things ready to open. Any progress been made on that?
It's the same company that has to come from Winnipeg. So they're coming out with Sterling. We would just share those costs and have them do a bit more of a repair job. It hasn't started yet. They have started doing some of the general maintenance, but it will take 4 weeks to, at least very possible scenario, to get that pool operational. And so the earliest possible start time would be July 15th.
And in 4 weeks, you could have another relaunch and restrictions lessened again.
Or they could get worse depending on how things go.
Yeah,
but yes,
true.
you're 100% correct. We hope it doesn't. Nobody wants to see this continue.
I'm thinking on the positive.
Yep.
But
And
you're
it
right.
doesn't matter whether it is, Labor Day's coming and fall's coming and we can't extend our season.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. So discussion on this, what's everybody's thoughts?
I just have one question. Through all this, when I read them, after you just read it all to us again, what are what have we taken into consideration, or the guidelines we put in place to make sure social distancing is kept between people that aren't in the same family? Because is that still not what we have to do?
We still have to hire somebody to do that, and it cannot be a lifeguard.
It can't,
So that's
because
extra staff.
the lifeguard is there to lifeguard, not to make sure that my family's not talking to some other family that we don't know, right?
There is no way to do that.
Yeah,
There's
so-
no way really to do that effectively with playgrounds either. And no teenager and no adult wants to be the person constantly blowing their whistle at kids in a pool, because that will be constant. That will be a constant reality, and it's impossible to effectively manage. And so what we'll be doing is ensuring that there's 100 people, no more than that. We have enough space where they can space out and congregate. They'll only be there for a limited time, and after that time we'll be cleaning. We'll be putting up signage that's required and making, when they register, there's a waiver that basically outlines everything. But the province has effectively said parents need to monitor their children at playgrounds, and we need to be doing our part based on the guidelines, but at this time, unless we're told directly, we would not be hiring someone to effectively monitor and police that, because that would be an impossible task.
Okay. So we won't be held liable for anything then?
If legal things happen, we're always held liable,
Yeah.
but it's up to prove that we were grossly negligent, and I don't
Okay.
think you could say we were.
So you told us last week that the slides couldn't be open, the slides can be open now,
So
Very
they
nice.
changed their mind on the guidelines the next day.
next day?
They didn't change the date on the guideline though, so they just changed the text and then kept it as June 9th, which was very sneaky of them. But it was changed the next day, which basically says everything's permittable. We would not be that's one thing I should mention, we would not be offering swim lessons. We would not be offering lane swim, and we would not be offering aquafit. We would allow private lessons, because that is definitely much more manageable and could be accommodated in the morning, but we just do not have the staffing capacity or the time to do the volume of lessons that we do typically. Especially if you're trying to space out that many people in the pool. The number of lifeguards you need, it's not feasible.
We talked last week about lifeguards, a lot of them have gone and got jobs elsewhere. What's the opportunity there to get our staff back?
We don't think we'll have a problem getting the number of lifeguards. There probably will be less. Our concern is just that a lot of our experienced lifeguards have moved on, and so it will be a younger group of lifeguards for training, which is fine. It's good to establish good habits, but it's going to be a bit more work and time spent in that training and monitoring processes, but it's not something that can't be overcome.
Anyone else have any questions?
Mayor,
Councilor Peters?
so after discussion last week, I was all gung ho to do whatever we can to open the pool, regardless of losses and things. And then over the last week, I've been hit up by probably at least 20, 25 people that want to know about the pool. And as the discussions come about, and if the restrictions of 100 people is still in play, I'm not sure we can open the pool. The schedule and the timetabling that administration has put into this, discussing the restrictions and the challenges, it makes it very hard for us to go against our previous motion and change it. That's how I feel. I feel bad about it. We've got a lot of people that love the pool. We love the pool, but I think it's almost impossible this year with the maintenance that needs to happen and with the shortened season to go and open the pool at this time.
I have a
agree,
problem.
Bryce.
I hate to say it too, Bryce, but I agree with you. I think if the province would let us open the pool normally, I would be all over it, even if it was the middle of July. So I would say, let's get ready. Maybe a miracle, I'm the eternal optimist, maybe a miracle will happen. But I think it's ridiculous to open the pool with the constrictions that there are right now, because we are just, and we're asking for a nightmarish experience, I believe.
Mayor,
Councilor Price?
two things. I'm tending to agree with those that have voiced their opinions already. But 2 points I would like to make. Last year at the pool, it looks like our total expenses were $320,000. Now that's just the expenses that are showing on our fancy little report that we get, the operating budget, because we do not get we're just getting the net costs. So that is net of the revenues. This year we were proposing that loss would be $159,000, if I'm reading the report correctly. If we were to, so that gives us an idea of we're gonna lose, we're expecting to lose $159,000 on the pool no matter what this year, is basically what we're saying, right? Is that correct, Curtis?
Yes.
So my question would be, do we have even a fathomable way of calculating potentially how much more loss we would have if we were to be open?
We can come up with numbers, but like you said, Councillor Price, you can make your number say whatever you want. When you're allowed 100 people, we don't know if there's going to be $5 and $6 drop-in admissions, or it's going to be 5 really big families, right? Like we don't really know, and so it's hard to quantify that. It's hard to quantify how many the weather, if it's going to have a lot of cold days that no one's going to come, and so we don't really know. The one discrepancy I will say, and the difference is, I believe. In 2019, the number there actually includes the interest and the debt principal, where we pulled that out in 2020.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons for the discrepancy in those numbers. But our best guess is that, and I don't have those papers in front of me, but we're going to be making about, sorry, it's just, I can't even do the math right now in my head, but we're not, it could work out on our benefit where we could have really high demand, especially if we have a non-local rate, and it seems to be a lot of our attendees, and it's hot and dry all summer. Our seasons passes hurt us. We don't generate a lot of money off them overall. It's a good influx of cash at the beginning of the year, but if they're well used, which a lot of them are, they're swimming for very cheap by the end of that season. The drop-in rates are much more affordable for us, or effective for us as our bottom line. We just don't know how that's going to break down. So we would be saying, as best as possible, we're trying to stick to the budgeted amounts in here. And if we do get on this road, given light of everything, if we have to say, sorry, there's no passes, but we're just going to start constraining hours to meet budget numbers, then we can, unless council gives direction to go over.
Okay, so to summarize then, basically what we have is we have, we know that we have additional expense coming our way if we open the pool. We have no doubts that that in spite of a banner year at the turntable as they come in, we're still going to lose probably more than the 159 that we're projecting, whether it be 200,000 or 259, who knows? So I would like to make one comment here first, thanking administration for coming up with the summary that they did of how we could open and what could happen if we open. I think that was, I think that they've done the very best that they can to come up with an idea that would allow it to be open. I just, in the long term, don't see it giving us any benefit whatsoever to open the pool. I would love to do it, but I just worry that we're not going to have even close to the numbers that we would be hoping for at this point in time with the number of exemptions that we have.
And just for council information, a staff member is watching online, which is amazing, but they texted me that the numbers that we had estimated was revenue of about $350 per 2-hour slot was kind of the average we were thinking. But if it was $500 for 2 hours would be basically a full amount of drop-ins of single users and not a family. And so between 350 to 500 is what we're anticipating for good weather times, depending on how the demographics break down of the users. To run the pool, you're between $15,000 and $20,000 a week for the time that we're open. And so, the math doesn't add up in a lot of respects, but the pool was never meant to be a profit driving entity. It's meant to be a taxpayer supported one, which is a service to the community. And so that's never been the main concern.
So Councillor Harker.
Again, I just want to say that, if we really could get the pool fixed, and if the province opened it so that we can have more than 100 there at a time, I would be all over it, even if we lost a little bit of money, because I think it would be wonderful. But if we have to go with all these restrictions, I'm just not in favor of it because I think that we, we're just adding, insult to injury in reality.
And just one other point of information, there was the comment that was made about they may change the restrictions and then we can open then. If that were to be the direction you want to take, we still need to be hiring staff and getting through all the process of getting the pool ready, which is incurring costs, and we may then have to let go of the lifeguards at some point, and they might not get to guard if the restrictions don't. And so, we're either in it or we're not, administratively, I think. But again, that's up for you guys to decide.
Councillor Foss.
Sorry, I have waffled on this a lot. My initial feelings when we closed the pool was that we should only be closing the pool based on health restrictions and not on financial factors. And I felt that way because we run the pool every year and it runs at a loss, and I thought that's just the reality of a pool. I'm concerned about the financial implications of doing this and how much we might lose, but as I look at the schedule that they've put together, the number of potential attendees, I know that there's a lot of rigor required of the staff to actually operate this way, but it looks like if we can, on a good day, we may be somewhere in the same neighborhood as a typical summer pool opening. I am optimistic that restrictions will get looser before the season's out. And so right now I'm sort of leaning towards maybe we should just aim to do it. But I would love to have more confidence about the budget. I know we can't get any more confidence than we have, but right now my tendency was to say maybe we should just aim to open.
So if I could comment here, just doing some quick math, we were told that it costs about $15,000 a week. If you include the 2 weeks to get it ready, that's 8 weeks. That's $120,000. So that's our expense, 120, and there's going to be some profit made. I don't know how much. You didn't estimate anything like that for us, but so it's going to at least be a $100,000 hit, maybe a little bit less. If you do that kind of math, for 8 weeks, 6 weeks of being open. So yeah, it's a hard thing to guess. I mean, back in May, I was fighting to try to keep it open, and then I finally had to go along with what the COVID restrictions and what everybody was telling us was going to happen. And yeah, it's a tough one to swallow. But if we can have a vote on this, if you want, and we can go forward that way, or if you want more time to think about it, Councillor Price.
I just can comment additionally. I totally agree with where Councillor Foss is coming from. The part that bothers me the most about keeping it closed is not the money, it's the fact that we are denying our community members of a facility that they love, that they use, and that does add significant benefit to their lives. And so those are the strings that are pulling me. Budget is one thing, but as a council, what is in the best interest of our community? Is suffering from a budget of even $100,000 more than we projected worth the frustration that we'll see amongst our community membership for not even have semi-access or partial access to this swimming pool. That's where my heart's struggling most.
Okay, Councillor Peters.
Yeah, like Councillor Price just said, the idea that kids, adults have to pre-register to come is challenging. The idea that you're going to come and and you might be the 101 person who's tried to register to get in, and you can't get into your pool. The frustration of having a pool within a town that maybe those from outside the community would have access if they got registered, and they might have to pay a little bit more, but that would be very cumbersome for our town residents if they couldn't use the pool the way they've been used to using it. That's a bit of the frustration I can see that we would hear from, and maybe some people in town would say, well, don't offer it to anyone outside the town. Curtis Kennison said something like that, and that'd be hard as well, right?
It doesn't matter which way we do this, we're gonna receive backlash from people. They're not gonna be happy, or they're gonna be happy, and others won't be happy. We're not gonna be perfect on any decision we make. I guess to move forward on this, if we think we've discussed it enough, we could have a vote and see if someone wants to make a motion to keep it open or keep it closed, and then vote that way.
Curtis?
Yep.
What are you feeling about actually, or what is Kyle feeling about actually getting the pool ready? I mean, will that company even be able to do it? I mean, we're sort of basing this all on the assumption. I think at the top of the list is we need the repair done. I mean, in my vote, I think we need to at least make sure that the repair that needs to be done can get done.
So,
we know that can happen.
So to my knowledge, the Village of Sterling already has a date or a contract with them to come out. We would just be building off of that contract and around the same time. I don't know when that is, but if we start preparing the pool and filling with water, we won't be able to have them come. We'd have to have them come out again at a future time. And so every year we do basic patches. This is a more detailed repair on the liner. The liner's coming on, I think, 10 or 11 years old this year. And, hopefully we'll be able to stretch it a bit more. But if we were able to put this substantial repair into it, we hope we can stretch it another 7 to 9 years. There's no guarantee on that, obviously, but it is on our future planning for replacement now in the next few years, and the price we have for that total liner estimate is about $450,000. And so we're looking to obviously delay that as long as we can, and maybe this maintenance will do that. It may not. There still may be a need, but it is what it is. So.
Well, maybe we better hold off on this until we get a little bit more information. I mean, how can we vote on this and not even knowing if we can get our repair done in a timely manner?
We're fairly confident the repair can happen this year. Sterling already has them scheduled. And so unless there's something that comes up that's beyond their ability to manage, they'll be in the area. If they can't, we'll just have to have them come next year and try and get them out early in the season. But again, that's an unknown. I don't think you can really delay this too long, though, because you're just going to make your 6-week window for a season that much smaller.
So, any other comments from you two here?
Well, okay, so I'm not understanding. So are you saying that if the repair happens, the first date that we could open is July the 15th? Or are you saying if the repair doesn't happen, then we can open sooner? I'm not following all this, I guess.
Okay, so sorry
With or without the repair?
So we can open without the repair. It'll take about a month to get all the lines flushed and the pressure washing of the liner and all the maintenance needs to go to get the water, to fill the pool, get the chlorine tests in so that we have enough days of consecutive tests that meet Alberta government guidelines. Get the pool house ready, the maintenance we have to do for that. We can do that in 4 weeks, provided there's no major problems. We can't guarantee that the contractor will come in time before we start filling the pool. And when they're here, then depending on how long it takes, it may delay the time where we can fill the pool, which will push back that date. And so we can do general patches that we can do with our own staff if we need to as we start to fill that liner. But if the decision shouldn't be, can we meet the timeline of the company? It's, are we going to be open for 6 weeks with these distractions and just restrictions? Or are we going to be closed for the year to carry out some deeper maintenance? If we're gonna be closed for the year to carry out the deeper maintenance, we'll make it fit according when the contractor comes, and we'll do other maintenance of the facility in the meantime. There should be a cost savings there as well, to our budget, because we won't be incurring the full amount of costs that we would be had we opened. If we decide to open the pool, we'll just have to do that general maintenance in the short term to get us through, and then schedule the deeper maintenance for later, or just replace the liner if that is what happens.
Mayor,
Councillor Capeters.
Curtis, do we have an idea of what these costs are gonna be? Like, I don't remember if it's part of our capital budget plan, or if we have, if it's part of just the recreation budget for these repairs. Do you know what those costs are?
I don't have them specifically, but we would just be utilizing the existing pool budget to carry out those costs, to a point. Obviously, I don't think we'd have to incur all of them. They may not match up with each individual line item in the budget on the detailed side, but the total cost expensed will not exceed definitely what's been budgeted, but not even close to that. We're still anticipating a savings. We just don't know what that is yet.
Okay,
But it is, if we were to open the pool, the reason the work hasn't been done is we budget to basically run the pool with some basic maintenance. We don't budget for the deeper maintenance, and so we expense the pool's budget by end of August into September. There's some additional expenses that go on throughout the rest of the year, and we don't have budget set aside to do it in the fall or the spring for that extra maintenance because we haven't set it aside each year. And so this year, since we're not actually running the pool, we could use the existing budget and not have to incur more to take care of some of that work. I don't know if that makes sense.
any other discussion?
I do think there's some opportunity costs also to not making that major repair. I would hate to see that not happen in a year when it could happen, because of the pool being closed. And I think that, I'm no expert on COVID, but I find these guidelines to be somewhat capricious, and that drives me crazy, and I'm really wanting to get off this emotional roller coaster. We could put this decision off another month if we wanted to, and make it again in a month, and I don't want to. We already made the decision, and my favor is to uphold the decision we've already made about the pool. I just think this is ridiculous to have to open it up under the conditions that we would have to open it up under. And to have people mad at us because they can't get in, it's a Raymond pool, why are you letting Lethbridge people in? And then people who don't show up and are mad at us because they didn't get a refund or they didn't have a good customer experience like you talked about. I just think we're opening ourselves to so much criticism and complaint, and the emotion of making this decision has gone on too long for my taste already. We've already made the decision. I'd like to stick by it.
I agree.
Are you making a motion that we keep the pool closed then? Councilor
Sure, I
Brown?
am making a motion that we uphold our current decision about the pool opening. That is to leave it closed for the season.
Okay,
So uphold the decision we made on May 5th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not thrilled with it, obviously, but it's a reality we have to face sooner or later. Might as well face it today.
No.
We faced it last month. We could face it again next month if we want to.
I'm in a turmoil too, because, like I said, I'm worried about the safety factor with people, kids doing all the crazy things they do, but at the same time, to do what the province wants us to do, like I said, it's just adding insult to injury. All we're doing is asking for just a big, huge headache. So,
And the province could change its
yeah.
mind tomorrow, as they did last week.
They could, who knows?
But it could go either way.
Either way.
Yeah.
So Curtis, one more question on this, before we call for the vote. What do you think our revenue will be from having the pool open? Like, just a guess, someone's done some math, someone's done a lot of homework on this, and I appreciate that. But is there any, I know it's all up in the weather, how hot it is, but if 120 is gonna be our loss from 8 weeks, what could we make? Could we make 20,000, 30,000? What's gonna be our net loss? Is that gonna be 90, 80, Just a guess.
I don't honestly feel that I can give even an estimate that's accurate or relevant. It depends on factors. I can say in 2018, our revenue at the pool is 145,000. In 2019 is 127,000. It has been as high as 187,000 in previous years, but it has been down as low as 115 or 18,000 depending on the weather. So there's a $70,000 spread roughly from what I remember between 2009 and here based on revenues. Our expenses are going to be fairly consistent in that, $400,000 to $500,000 range for the pool when you take into consideration the debt and interest payments that we have on that initial build. Operationally though, you're looking at about a $150,000 to $200,000 loss depending on the year. So I don't even feel comfortable giving a number, Mayor Depew.
And I hear you, and I'm sorry to butt in, but in a year where we are looking at 20% capacity, you could probably safely take that lowest year and chop it in half, and I bet you that would be optimistic for revenues under the current capricious COVID standards.
So I got another staff member that's separate from the other one that just texted me, who's our Martin Wolf, our CFO, that's basically said he's estimating at least a $200,000 loss is what he would feel comfortable saying.
At least.
So my math is what you're saying isn't very good.
There's other things that just wouldn't be, you wouldn't know based on, unless you see the budgets of what our expenses are, so.
And not to put a damper on things, but judging from how cold it is today, I can't even get excited about the pool.
I want to make one more point too.
Miserably cold.
To get that pool ready ASAP, we'd have to pull some rec staff and get them assigned to it right now, like 24/7. And we've already made so many cuts from last year's budget. The rec staff are already squealing about being understaffed.
Yeah, we would
We're
just have to
already
hire
a skeleton crew, right?
We would have to be hiring lifeguards immediately, basically, to offset that. But yes, there would be an additional workload for that first few days.
We have a question from the gallery, so go ahead, Ann.
I just I did a quick income, right? 3 times 100 people of public, average $5 a head, grown-ups, families, right? That's 5 times 100, that's $1,500. You may or may not have public or rental, that was $200, one in the morning, one in the evening. Let's say you get one of them, right? So that's $200. You're $1,700 average. That would be full capacity. $1,900 if you a day if you do both rentals. 5 days a week or 6 days a week, right? If it's 5 days a week, under 6 weeks, that's $45,000 income. 6 days a week, that would be $68,000 of income. That would be it.
That's half of our lowest year. It really is.
Yeah.
Good math. Holy cow.
I mean,
And you're not gonna get 2 rentals a day, 6 days a week. I don't think you would.
yeah. So even if you get lower,
Probably not.
and you
Good,
go
not more.
1,700
Not
at, right, 1,700 times 5 times 6 weeks, that's 51,000.
Wow.
That's if every spot gets filled, right?
Let's not count on the rain days where nobody comes and
Yeah. And there will be.
you're not gonna get a lot of rentals from 10 to 11:30 in the morning.
And that's looking only at the revenue side of it, because remember, we still have the $15,000 a week to maintain that pool going forward every of those 6 to 8 weeks, whatever it is.
15 to 20,000.
Yeah, so it could be as high as 20,000 a week.
Yeah, so you take that from those revenues and now you're back to almost zero.
It's emotional to make a decision. It really is. And to make it 6 times when you could make it once is a big deal, in my opinion.
And I do just want to reiterate, the staff is torn. It's not like we're just trying to get out of doing something. Our Kyle Clifton that was here last week, talking to council, absolutely loves the pool and working with the staff. And it's a great amenity to the town, and it's a feather in our cap of a service that we provided. So this isn't meant to provide such a frustrating reality to council that you just don't, but this is our honest conversation. We had 4 or 5 different staff members meet quite regularly over the last week, trying to think of every possible eventuality, and still do it in a way that meets COVID guidelines, but also makes it so it's not a complete frustration and difficult process for staff to manage. And this is the best we've come up with. Are other communities going to do something different? Maybe. Are we overstepping? Maybe. But we hope that COVID isn't a reality and that this is just a blip.
Okay, any other discussion from anybody? Of course, these are just guesstimates of how much it's gonna cost and how much it's, we're gonna make, but obviously we're gonna be in the hole from it. So if you're ready, I'll call the vote. So the motion.
So can you restate the motion?
Go ahead.
The motion is to uphold our current decision on pool closure for this season. Blunt, bleak, but simple.
So one reality is if the government does loosen the restrictions again, we're way too late to try to open it again. Like you're talking August 1st, or are we not? Is that still gonna
It's 4 weeks.
get
So
it ready?
It's the better part of a month, and we are a short season pool
Yeah.
part of the world anyway.
our season's typically 2 to 3 months on a good year. And we have hundreds of thousands of dollars of losses, never mind on a year when we don't have passes to get that initial money to go, or the initial capital infusion, and then a shortened season with the vast majority of our operating expenses being the same.
And I just hate to pass up the opportunity to do the major repairs to make our pool last longer. Hopefully, but
Well, if it wasn't for COVID, that'd still be going, the pool would be going, so.
yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure I go with that one.
Definitely not my favorite motion of the year, obviously, but I think it's practical. I really do. I think that you have to, at one point, be practical.
Yeah. No, it's tough. It's tough. We're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't.
Yeah.
Well, we're supposed to be responsible too for the town finances, so that's one of our major objectives of being on council, so I guess that's where we have to think too. Okay, I'll call for the vote, so all those who want to uphold in favor of Councillor Fromm's vote, those who are in favor of Councillor Fromm's vote, if you want to vote, raise your hand. All opposed? Okay, so it was 6-1. Okay. That was a tough one.
Last I almost went with you. My heart was really cold, so.
So
Listen,
the
I've
nine-
waffled so much on this one, so
Thank you, Stuart. Seriously.
I'm not happy about this decision one
It's
way
not,
or-
no, nobody can be happy about this.
No, not at all.
Let's move on to 7.7, the FCM Sustainable Communities Conference.
Typically, council only goes to FCM when it's in Alberta. This is a way, due to COVID, where they're doing it online. If you guys have the inclination and nothing better to do with your day, if you want to register for FCM, let us know and we can put that registration through. If not, this is just for your information.
What's the cost?
I apologize, I did not even look at that, but it's less than attending in person, so it would have easily been fit in our budget.
Yeah.
And does it even say when it is? I didn't see when it is.
I think you gotta click the links. Sorry, I never clicked the link.
Oh, okay, I don't know.
I can try and find that out.
Okay. I'm not gonna have time to be able to do it. I don't know if anyone else is interested in doing it. It's there for someone if you have,
Yeah, depends on when it is. I didn't look yet, so I will look.
if someone has the desire to do it, we'll expect you to report to us for sure.
Looks like it's in October.
Okay, well, we can come back to this in the future.
Do you want me to defer it to a committee meeting?
I think so.
Okay.
So 7.8, road closure for Studio 8 Farmers Market. Who knows more about this one?
I do.
Councillor Fromm, go ahead.
If you go back up to 2.1, it's just the area right in front of Councillor Foss's home, right there on Park Avenue, right up from Main Street to the lane. So it'll include Studio 8, and they would like to have like a market, like a farmer's market, have food trucks there. And we were originally thinking between 3 and 5, but maybe 2:30 to 6:30, somewhere in that late afternoon period of time. Just another activity for us to have on July 1st. I think there's lots of room there for food trucks to come and have plenty of room for spacing, you know, for COVID requirements and just one more added activity for July 1st. So if we close that section of the road to traffic and just had that so people could walk there and you know, attend the market and purchase from food trucks and just have a good time.
Is the timing wrong if we're hoping people have barbecues from 11 to 1 and then this is at 2? Is the timing wrong? Should it be more like 6?
I don't know. That's hard to say because there will be some people who won't be doing barbecues, who won't be having big crowds or family over, and that's just another option for them.
Yeah.
And people can visit, you know, anywhere from that 4-hour period. So that's the nice thing about it.
Yeah, okay.
And just one other information for everyone, there is gonna be some farmers markets that a group has approached us for July and August, so there will be other events similar in nature from a different group as well, so.
Good.
Same spot or different area?
Different area.
So that's something we probably should have a motion on. But do you mind if I take a minute, Mayor, to just
Sure.
update you on the latest plans for July 1st?
Okay.
I did meet with the Rotarians last week, and they would like to maintain the traditional time for the reverse parade, so 10 a.m. They'd like to encourage everybody to have their floats, and it's not gonna be a lit up thing, because even at 8 p.m., you can't really light things up. I mean, it won't get dark till 10:30 that night.
Right.
So they're gonna have the reverse parade, they're proposing at the regular time, and they wanna have the floats along the center of Main Street, and they wanna have people be able to drive up Main Street to look at the exhibits.
Oh, good.
So I think that's a good thing. We have decided not to have a chamber breakfast currently, and I think that will save the chamber some sweat and agony and expense. And because I mean it's hard to have a breakfast and then have the chamber be responsible for our floats at 10 a.m. as well. That's just too much to put on local businesses. So we would also like the Rotarians would like to encourage as many families and businesses and anybody that wants to put in a float, so we've got more to offer than just our usual 7 floats per year. So they're asking for, you know, to be able to give out $50 to $100 per entry. I don't know if that's something you'd consider, but I have no idea how much that could end up being. But I think that could be doable in what we usually give the Rotary Club for prizes for float entries. And that's the latest. Any questions?
I'm just trying to picture this, so the float's gonna be in the middle of the street, so you can drive up both sides?
Yeah.
Sorry, okay.
And we talked about several different things like closing off that thing and having people drive up Church Avenue and then kind of like this around. But there would be quite a bottleneck there, depending on how many people come. So they just want it to be open to either side of Main Street and maybe extending it a block if they get a lot of entries. And so that people could turn around at the horse statue. I mean, you can't flip a U on a highway. So they'd come up and they'd be able to turn at the horse statue and then go back the other way and have those 2 blocks of Main Street blocked off.
Okay.
So I think that's a great idea
Yeah.
for the parade at 10 a.m. when we're used to having it, and it's just a reverse parade. So you drive through, it's like being in a wild animal park where the animals are not in cages, you are. You drive through the parade and you stay in your car with your family.
Counselor Fromm,
Mm-hmm.
did my mother call you about, like, what about bands? Did you
No,
want
we
bands to
definitely
set
want
up?
bands.
Or how do you wanna work that? She just didn't know what.
I think
Is
there'll
she
be
getting
opportunities for bands anytime during the day, anywhere they wanna go, anywhere they wanna park, whatever, during the breakfast or the parade or the breakfast competition or the barbecues or in the evening, so whatever she's willing to do, we'd love to have her band.
So they're gonna be on flat decks too and moving around?
Yep, and they could move around and park at different spots in the community, so I'd get her to talk to Karen, if you will, Karen Wild.
Okay, I'll have her call Karen.
Okay, and she'll give her some coordinating details, and we'd definitely like to have all the bands we can get.
So
I
what-
believe there was going to be bands at the reverse parade as well, but the Rotary was hoping to have a band or two on either end, you know, not moving in this particular case, but there to provide some music and noise to stimulate the crowd a little bit, so.
Absolutely.
Okay, now what about cars? Cars can be decorated and go in this too, and
Yes, we would have classic cars, we just don't wanna give $50 for somebody decorating their bicycle, you know? But we definitely wanna have serious parade entries, just like we would on any other year.
good. I think this is a great idea.
Okay, so we won't have any horses. But we'll definitely do everything else we possibly can on July 1st. It should be a good day. I think it'll be a good party day for our community. So if you don't mind, we could have a motion about closing that for
We need that.
the afternoon.
So we need a motion to close that road?
Before we do that, is that classified as an event, or are they limited to only 100 people within that area? Just like the Chinook Rodeo, just like anything else, is it classified as an event?
Yep.
So are they who's gonna be responsible? It'll be Studio 8, will be the ones monitoring how many people go within that half block.
Yeah, Nick is working with Karen to do
Okay.
that according to current guidelines.
Okay, all right,
That's gonna be a little tougher to do.
yeah.
Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just as a note of comment, this particular area of that street has been closed most every July 1st, especially during the times that we had the program. And we would have a dance on that street, an open dance. Ethel and band was there usually every year to provide the music for that. And so closing it, I don't see it to be an issue that's out of line at all, and I would make the motion that we give them permission to do so.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Price. Any other discussion on that?
Stuart, how do you feel about it?
That's what I was gonna say.
No resistance. This, as Councilor Price said, this is pretty normal for
Yeah,
our neighborhood, July the 1st. Yeah, no problem for me.
that's a fun little location in town, it really is.
It's good for people watching if you like that.
Yeah.
Have the people in the house on the alley, have they been contacted if they have a problem with it?
They sure could be. But again, like Ralph says, it's pretty typical every
Yeah,
year, so
yeah.
I think there's some expectation that part of that will be done.
But it might just be courtesy to just go talk to them
So
and
who are you
And let-
talking about?
who lives in
Lindorfs.
the house on the alley, yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
No names. No names.
I spoke with, Amelia Quinton yesterday, who's working with Studio 8 on this. She said they would go contact people.
Okay, yeah.
So-
I think it's just a courtesy to let them know that
Good
that's what
idea.
we wanna do, right?
Okay. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Price. Any other discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor? Okay, I think we're all there.
Thank you.
7.9, the cancellation of council meeting on July 7th. We talked about this last week, how July 1st was such a busy day and it was just hard to get back into meetings. I know it's, we do have the 30th as the 5th Tuesday also, but just the way it comes along. But anyway, it's kind of nice to have a break, 6 months from Christmas. Just wanted to throw it out
I
there.
agree.
Because we talked about this, so. didn't
So it'll
wanna
be a
for-
3 weeks from one meeting to the next meeting.
Yep. That's why a lot of these things had to happen today, because if this happens, then we won't be here won't have another council until the 3rd week of July. So anyone else have any thoughts on this? I know we talked about it last July. No thoughts? I just call for the vote then? Or we need a motion first?
Yeah, someone. are you
I'll
ready?
make the motion that we suspend, not have the council on July 7th.
Okay, the Councilor Harker has made the motion. I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Okay,
Mayor, would you mind giving me 3 more minutes?
sure.
I just wanna make sure that we have notified the fire department about our fireworks on June 3rd, on July 1st. Is that something I can task you guys with?
I've already spoken
You've already
with
done
Chief
it.
Holt,
Okay,
but yeah, we can definitely make sure they know.
great, thanks a million, appreciate it.
Okay, we're to committee reports. Nobody submitted anything. I think Councilor Fromm, and you probably, if you wanna
It's
talk
done.
anymore, you're done?
Yeah.
Anyone else have anything to report? Okay, nobody?
Mayor,
Councilor Capiters?
I met with the Chief Mountain Solid Waste Authority. I forgot to submit my minutes. There was discussion again with that group becoming a commission. There's some things that they have to try and work through, and Councilor Price is aware of some of those issues, and I know Abe is as well. So that's progressing, but there's a couple things that are still on that activity. Went through some financials, and the town was charged a penalty for late fees for our requisition. That motion was brought forth in the meeting and was passed. So we had about $1,100 outstanding fee on those penalties.
Okay. I'm sure administration knows that. They probably already got it. Okay, anyone else? Okay, then we need a motion to accept committee reports.
I'll move.
Councilor Hagee makes that motion. All in favor? Okay, correspondence. You see the correspondence in front of you. Does anybody have anything they wanna talk about specifically? You see in the news, our RCMP had a big drug bust in Raymond. People like to think our RCMP aren't doing anything, but they are. Sometimes things take time to get things done, and it's good to see things happen. And hate to see it be in Raymond, but if they're helping to clean up the town, that's what we want. Any other comments from this correspondence from anybody? Okay, need a motion to accept correspondence?
I'll move.
I'll move.
Councilor Capiters? And all in favor? Okay, we now need a motion to go into closed.
I'll move that.
Councilor Fromm moves to go into closed, all in favor? Okay. We're now in closed, thank you. Thank you for coming.
See you too.
I'm so glad I'm not
now we're out, we need a motion, how's it gonna read again, Curtis?
To direct administration to proceed with the economic opportunity as presented.
Okay, you hear that?
I'll move that, I'll
Counselor-
move that, I'll make
Counselor-
that motion.
Counselor Harker makes that, so we've discussed it enough, so I'm gonna call for the vote. All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Need a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that.
I'll move.
Counselor Haggy makes that. All in favor? Okay, we're good.